Shut up. Man. Shut up. Cats are driving me nuts. Charlie, what's going on, man? Oh, I need a tissue to blow my nose. Lay down, shut up. All right. Just to work at the fire station. Oh, man. Let me turn this camera around. Oh. Ooh. Starting to get a little nippy out. Yes, sir. How are you doing? I'm doing good, man. I just finished up a knife. Just finished up this bad boy, Charlie. I got to do a video on it. I'll probably do it tomorrow. But my sharp finger is done with the homemade burlap micarta I made. I'll show you right here. Get my camera jacked here. It is for sale right now. What? Cats on the stairs. Hold on a second. Where?
I can hear the cat meow.
I was like, what the hell's meowing, man? Okay. All right, check it out. It's for sale right now on my eBay store. I just put it on my eBay store. It's got the deer antler tip on the end of the lanyard. I got a deer head on the sheath. It's a molded sheath, just like the sharp finger. And this thing is a beauty. Got my logo on it, Kodiak edge, stone washed. And I'll show you the comparison to the original American-made sharp finger. So you can see mine's a little bit bigger handle, a little bit more swoop, a little bit wider blade. And that's 1084. So it's ready to go, man. It could be yours right now, Charlie. Head over to my eBay store. It's a good skinner. Come on, man. Oh yeah. Ready to go. What's up, Jeff? Jeff, I sent your package today. It's on its way, buddy. That quick draw sheets with no gate. That prototype that I made. That you won? It's on its way. Now I gotta finish this up and get this on my store tomorrow. A little bit more sanding in here and she'll be done. Polish up the bolsters. This will be on my store. So I've been working on knives now and I want to get several knives in my store. So, but this is available right now in my eBay store if anybody's interested. Yeah, no problem. Welcome back. Welcome back, Barbara. Been a while since I was live, so I figured, hey, late night with the G-Man, right? Hang out with me. She's a beauty. Yeah, I got to get a bunch of knives made. I want to start doing shows in the spring here, and I got to have some products. So I'm going to be working hard here in the next month, this whole month of February, and I want to get a bunch of, at least a dozen or better knives ready. Customs of my own. To sell at flea markets and shows. You're going to bed, Joe? All right. Have a good night, buddy. God bless you, bro. So yeah, gotta have a bunch of them in the store. Gotta have a bunch of them in a display I got for shows. So I'm gonna get the ball rolling on my knives, man. I want to have a bunch of them in stock. I toted this today. I've been toting this for the last week. This is my K-bar trapper, the 1050. I absolutely love this knife. In my Charlie Cook slip. And she's sharp. Can't carry a dull knife, man. They gotta be sharp. They gotta be sharp. Gotta be sharp. Barbara, did you get power on? Would your power go out? Hey, you should have seen all the snow that Claude Williams got in North Carolina. He had like 3 foot snowdrifts on his back porch. Couldn't even let his dog out on the backyard. I think they got like 12 inches of snow. Out a week ago, huh? Well, you're going to have that when you have inclement weather. Man, you ought to see what the see what the Bears are up to with the Chicago Bears are up to with their team. We got one big possibility, one great prospect, and he actually wants to play for the Chicago Bears. And he's the best defensive end in all of football. Can you guess who he is? And then we just made a deal with the Patriots. We got their number one nose tackle, defensive nose tackle. He's a complete run stopper. Out for a week. Wow. That's you got to get a generator. I got a generator. My parents got a generator. You rely on ComEd, man. You got to have a generator. Costs you about $9,000 to get one, but it's well worth it. Anyways, I hope they make this deal happen with the Cleveland Browns. They're the best defensive end in all of football. Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett might be in a Chicago uniform next year. Oh, shoot. Nobody's looking for a skinning knife yet. I take it. It's available. Turned out beautiful, man. Turned out beautiful. It's got my homemade burlap micarta on it. I don't know how, but I can't. When I pin this pin down, it the brass kind of chipped out on the side a little bit, but you'll have that, I guess. But other than that, man, this thing feels good in the hand. Real good. See where, how much is it? Is it handmade? This is 100% handmade. I even made the burlap micarta. I made everything on it except for the brass pins. Deer antler. $179.95 right now on eBay. It's 1084 high carbon steel. Thanks, Steven. Yeah. Oh, shoot. This one will be available tomorrow, man. I'm going to finally get this one done. This is a custom mod, old timer, 50T, 50 OT, 51 OT, 51 OT. Brown burlap micarta. I carved the spine. This thing's a honker too, and it's gonna be for available. I'm thinking maybe 125 for it. That's a lot, but people do understand the amount of work put into it. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of custom makers, man. They charge anywhere from 250 all the way up to 425 for a knife, you know. So I'm right there in a good price. You know, that's one of a kind. You're not going to get another one to look like just like it. And if you're a serious deer hunter or small game, you know, hunter, this is the knife to have on you. This thing will cape out a deer hide like nobody's business. Take down a rabbit, a squirrel, anything really. Like I said, in comparison, there's the original sharp finger, and there's mine. Mine's a little bit longer, a little bit wider, a little more comfortable in the hand. Used to do the leather work, not anymore because of the health. Yeah, I almost wasn't able to do the leather work anymore myself. I had a heart attack a couple weeks ago. Almost put a hamper on me. I've done some laminate handles, but I don't really prefer them on knives. I don't really like laminate handles, to tell you the truth. I'd rather have like black walnut or a burl wood or something like that on a knife. You had a laminate wood handle on a sharp finger? Is that what you're saying? Stage 4 lung cancer. Man, wow. So you got a bad deck dealt to you right now. Sounds to me. Ain't gonna be able to stop it or what? I hope you do, but old Henry, yeah, yep, the old timer, old Henry, the Trade Nice, one of my favorite knife companies. 17 watching now. So what everybody carry today? Y'all carry something interesting? Well, hi, kitty. What do you want now? No, you're not going outside. Sorry. I don't want to hear you crying either. Go. Go lay down. You guys were out all day today. You're a fighter. Sounds like it to me. What? His in Sham Urban Arabic. What? Wonder if Big Jim's lurking. I didn't tell anybody I was going live. Get out of here. Shut up. Go. Go. Get. I don't want to hear you crying. No. You be quiet. You hear me? What are you following me around for? I'm not letting you out. No. Uh-uh. Well, I got my Puukko knife that I'm doing for the challenge build. I'm probably gonna heat treat it tomorrow. Man, this thing's dirty. This is my rear pommel brass and my front pommel brass. So this will be on like that. And I'm waiting for my stacked birch bark. I'm putting birch bark all the way across. Eddie from Michigan. I don't know. Is it anybody from Michigan? I think you're the only one here from Michigan. Gotta go. Gotta run. All right, Charlie. We'll see you, buddy. God bless you, man. Be safe out there. Yep, I think you're the only one from Michigan, brother. Steve Ware, welcome. So, I'm getting excited. I'm waiting for my birch bark to come in. I remodeled a ski resort in northern Michigan, the UP, up in northern Michigan, about 8 years ago. It's called the Lodge. This could be a nice knife here, boy. Puukko. He likes knives. About middle of Michigan. Yeah. I go to Holland, Michigan to get cherries and fruits. Stock up on veggies and fruits. Well, I get most of my veggies from my garden, but I go up there for the produce, man. Not a better place in the world than the middle of Michigan. They got all kinds of orchards there. Homemade ice cream parlors and pies everywhere. I love it up there. 150 miles southwest of you. Yeah, yeah. So you're up there. Yeah, I go there every year to get the produce. Big cherries, boy. I tell you what, man. I make some serious pies with them. Oh yeah, it's cold everywhere in the Midwest here. Especially up there, you're further north. It's been cold here the last 2, 3 weeks, man. 0 degrees. We get that Arctic blast down Lake Michigan. Just south of Chicago here. We get that cold blast from the north all the time. Yeah, what do I got going on here? Hmm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We got a lot of snow this year, but nothing like up north. I mean, the further north you go up, the more snow. That's for sure. Oh yeah, thumbs up and subscribe always. What the heck can I do now? Can't make no noise in the shop. Oh, I think it's something to do. I can think of something to do. Yep, I make custom sharp fingers. This one's for sale right now on my eBay store. Got a little white-tailed deer on the front of it. It's wet molded for the blade. Got my logo on the blade. Ready to go to a good home. $10.84, high carbon steel. This is also $10.84. It's Puukko knife when I get it going. But you'll see here, my sharp finger's a little bit bigger than the Schrade's. A little more curved to the handle, a little more comfortable. Mink oil. It's been well oiled and it's got 3 coats of wax on it. Now, you can't put any more oil on it. Too much oil is too much. It goes rancid. You don't want to put a lot of oil on your leather. 1 good coat of oil, let it dry, 3 coats of wax. Buff it in. A lot of guys that work with leather don't understand that. The best thing to do with leather is oil it, wax coat it. Wax protects it from scratches and the elements. Yeah, my link for my 97, my link for my eBay store is in my description. My YouTube channel. Kodiak Edge 402. Oh, no, wait. That's my email. The link for my store, it's BM3 Navy Vet, Navy-Vet. That's my eBay store. But the link's in my description of my YouTube channel. I appreciate you taking a look, but I sent out two quick draw sheaths today. A guy bought 2 of my quick draw sheaths on my eBay store. I gotta list it again. I sold out the 2 I had, so I gotta list it again. There's Jerry. What up, Jerry? Yeah. Look at that beauty, Jerry. You need to go on my store and buy it right now, Jerry. You're spending all that money on them factory knives and start buying some customs from your buddy. How many custom knives of mine do you got? Come on now. Support a brother. My bed med's taking a battery. Needs charge. Maybe catch you next time. All right, Steve. God bless you, brother. Thanks for coming in. You've been here a minute or two. A minute or two. I don't know, Jerry. I think I'm going to post all my case knives on eBay. I think I'm going to load them all on there. Except for my rare ones. I'm just not really turned on by case anymore. You're waiting, huh? Okay. I'll post them all. You go buy them, all right? Good night, Steve. No trades. Need money. Need money. Need money. Fixed income here, brother. I don't get a check every week like you do. I get one once a month. Yeah, you're broke because you spent it all at Disney World. And tell me you're broke. You probably spent 10 grand at Disney World. You could have spent that 10 grand on my knives. uh, Almost 3 years retired. Yeah. Yeah, it's been 3 years for me. 2022. The polishing wheel to finish sharpening. No, I use my 42-inch belt grinder sander to sharpen. And then I stroke it. That's all you need. That's all I need to sharpen my knives. The belt sander and the stroke. Come on. Y'all frozen in, Jerry? You know I'm on a fixed income. We have talked about getting checks once a month. You're killing me, Smalls. Uh-huh. Well, save up some money and buy one on me. You definitely go out and buy that new case knife when you want it. I don't I don't use a polisher. I mean I buff my blades if I got you know, a polished finish on it. But they just use the buffing wheel. But when it comes to sharpening, I just use I'll start at 300 grit, and I'll go to 600 grit on my belt sander. And then I hit it on a strobe, and that's all she wrote. I do it all in 3-4 minutes. It's finally thawed out. What's the temperature there now? You didn't get the snow like Claude did you? Seven days, no power. Hey, you gotta get a... Hey, Claude, if you're watching. I don't know if he is. I didn't tell anybody I was going live. He might be. He might pop in there and say hi. Yours is all ice. It's good that you guys get to experience what we do up here once in a while. About 8 inches. Yeah, I think Claude got a good 10, 12 inches. I know he had big ass snow drifts on his porch. He couldn't even open his back door to let the dog out. And I guess they don't have snow plow trucks there. So he said everything was shut down for several days. Claude's like, Cindy can't even go anywhere. I said, well, you got 4-wheel drive vehicles, don't you? They're like, yeah, but the roads are horrible. Ain't no plows. You having good time, Edge. Cheers. Thank you. You too. Thanks, Dog One. Appreciate it. Oh, so yeah, I'm in the knife challenge here. I'm getting ready to go full bore on this as soon as my birch bark comes for making a handle on it. This is the front pommel. It'll get put in the front there. I'm going to flute it. Then here's the rear plate for the back. It'll get peened on when the bark's on. So I'm looking forward to this. I'm going to etch a really cool scroll pattern all the way across this blade. I'm going to polish this whole thing. And then when the birch bark's on, I'm going to put silver inlay in the handle. Kind of like a floral pattern all the way down the handle. That's going to be peened into the end of the bark. And then it'll get sanded flush with the bark. And then I'm gonna do some tin work on the Puukko sheath for it. Try to win this knife challenge. All right. Yeah, it's gonna be cool. I can't wait to get it done. And I think I'm gonna keep this one. I made like a dozen Puukko knives for customers, and I have one that I made from a file. You guys remember seeing it. I have one Puukko knife of my own, but I don't have a traditional birch bark handle one. And when I get this done, it's going to stay with me. And hopefully this is going to be the one that wins the knife challenge. Because I'll probably be the only one building a Puukko knife for the knife challenge. And the amount of detail I'm going to put in this, like I say, I'm going to put like a floral, kind of like a floral scroll on the blade. And that same floral scroll is going to be engraved into the handle. All nickel silver. It's going to be badass when I'm done with this thing, man. And then the Puukko sheath, you know, from here to there is going to be the leather. And I'm going to put a silver tip on it, I believe, and a silver wrap around it here. And I'm gonna put silver eyelets on it and a silver hook for the belt. I'm going all out on this thing, man. I'm gonna win that knife challenge. Ain't too many guys know how to make a Puukko knife. So let me see here. I'll uh, I'll get the book out and show you what I'm doing. So yeah, there's my knife. As you can see, it's bigger than a charade, wider, a little more swoop, a little bit fatter of a handle. It's not as fat, but it's wider. And I love it, man. It feels real good in the hand. Yeah, my baking oven puked out on me, so I got to buy another one off the marketplace. They're selling one in the next town over for $20. I go pick it up tomorrow. I can't heat treat my knives without it. My wife won't let me use the oven upstairs, so I got to get a little bake oven for down here. I burn it up doing that damn clay. All right, let me get the. Like I said, this is available on my eBay store right now. Hi, Katie. Hi. Oh, baby. You're getting friendlier, huh? Yeah. I know. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Here's what I'm doing. I was going to do a bolster, a furl. I was going to put a furl in the front and do it like this. But I decided to scratch. I need a lot more practice on them. And I gotta blacksmith my shaping tool for that. I made one out of an old pipe wrench, and I don't have it down yet, so I got to practice on doing them yet. But I've made several like this and sold them. You know, a lot of guys like them like that. That's more of your modern style Puukko. But see this here? This is birch bark, and then that's silver inlay. That's what I'm doing to the handle on this knife. Okay, so you can see the blade looks very similar. That's the blade shape. This is more of your traditional old school Puukko knife here. Like I said, I'm not doing the furlue. I'm doing the brass in the front and the brass in the back. But I'm doing that silver inlay right there. And then I'm going to do the same pattern like that. It's going to carry through the whole blade all the way across. I'm going to etch it in. So, Puukko. Yes, sir. How much the knife was. Earlier you asked how much the knife was. What, this here? $179. I got it listed in my eBay store right now, $179. See, here's more what I'm gonna go with here, but I'm not gonna go so plain though. See, this is stacked birch bark. I'm gonna dye it the dark red, the birch bark, and like I said, I might do a pattern like this on the back of the pommel, a decorative diamond or something like that. But let me see if I could find something closer to what I'm doing. Right here. Except for the furlue, again, I'm going to dye it that color. And there's the silver inlay in the handle. The sheath will be similar to this one here, but I'm going to do the silver bolt clip. This right here. I'm going to do this here. See that? This snaps over around that loop onto your belt. But that's kind of connector that I'm putting on it. So I'm doing it out. I'm doing it all out, man. If I can find something here similar to what I'm doing. See here? That's the kind of belt connection I'm doing. Vietnam Puukko. Look at that. Isn't that cool? Vietnam Puukko. Kind of looks like a K-bar handle. Oh, the back cap screws off too. Look at that. It puts your little survival stuff inside of it. It's got two holes for making it a spear on a piece of wood too. That's pretty cool. All right. Here we go. This is the belt connection that I'm doing right here. And this is going to be silver. That's not going to be metal. I'm doing this all out for myself and for the contest. So I should place one out of 4 places, I'm sure. Not every day you get some guy that comes in a knife challenge and makes a Puukko. I do both. I forge and I remove material. Just depends on what I want to do. For the challenge, I'm just doing a removal knife. I can make knives any which way possible with metal. But I want to do like a silver collar and a silver tip on the sheath. I'm trying to look for something that's very close to what I'm doing. Look at this. A Puukko folder. Like a butterfly knife. Isn't that cool? I might make one of them soon. Pediment Puukko folder, late 1990s. Well, see if I can find anything else in here. There we go. Look at this. I could probably do a bear head too if I wanted to. Instead of a horse head, do a bear head. But that's the engraving I'm going to do. Silver inlay. And this is the style of sheath here with the silver cap, the silver tip. This is, in this case, gold plated. And that kind, it's going to be like this. My sheath's going to be like this one right here. With the same silver belt loop. do a machete with no edge. Double serrations on both sides, something no one ever seen before. No, Vic, sorry. Sorry. I'm not into big knives. I want a big knife, I go to the hardware store and buy one. They sell machetes at Ace Hardware. If I need a machete, I'll just go buy one. I got a couple here that I got for my backyard. Oh, double knife Puukko set. I'm gonna start buying some Puukkos made in Finland too. I'm gonna start putting them in my collection. I'm gonna start getting known for doing Puukkos. I've already, like I said, I've done half a dozen already for customers. This book here is I got on Amazon. It's called the Puukko Finished Knives from Antiquity to Today. The total history of the Puukko knife is in this book. I mean, knives that are 400 or 500 years old here, see? Tells you all about them. Look at all this silver work, man. Ain't that something? There's some more inlay there. I can't wait to do that inlay. That's going to be something. One of these days I'll do one out of reindeer antler. The whole knife. The knife and the sheath, all reindeer antler. And carve something really cool on it. That's on my bucket list. I'm gonna do a lot of Puukko knives this year. This is gonna be my year of the Puukko knife. So I might scratch this here, and I got some round brass. I might do something like this. Turn a piece of round brass on the lathe for the back, but I'm not doing a furloo. I'm just gonna do a piece like this in the front, but I'll decorate it. It's gonna look badass. See here? There's that silver inlay again. That's what I'm doing on the handle. My dream Puukko build, I pretty much one all decked out in silver like this. All silver, all the way through, you know. It's got leather in the inside of it. Silver belt loop, but I'm not going to do one like that. I'm going to do one of the old school kind with the hook on it, the hook and chain. Even like this. This is probably what I'm going to do as far as silver goes. The front of it just like that, and the collar just like this. That's what I'm going to do, but I'm not going to do the dangler leather. It's going to be the silver belt loop, chain belt loop, which is like that. But yeah, this is another dream Puukko right here for me that I want to build. All reindeer. The whole sheath, the whole knife handle. Then I can do one out of wood if I want. But I'm getting into tin work this year, man. I'm silver tin work. I'm going to do a lot of practicing with the silver tin work. You getting in bed, Jerry? All right. God bless you, brother. We'll see you. I'll give you a holler on the phone here in a day or so. Bone? No, not bone. Ant. Reindeer. They don't use bone. This one here. Horse tooth. This whole handle is made out of horse tooth. Mostly birch bark, birch wood, birch burl, birch wood, leather even, horse tooth, reindeer. A lot of them are made with reindeer antler. Because that's just most common up there in the northern hemisphere of Scandinavia. Reindeers everywhere. This shows you the DNA of a Puukko knife and other manufacturers' knives too. Lo and behold, believe it or not, there's a buck knife in here that's got the DNA of the Puukko. That birch bark is pretty though, ain't it? See here? This gold tin work. It's just beautiful, man. That's what I want to do. I mean, it's just beautiful. Here you go. The Buck 102. It's got the DNA of a Puukko knife. Victor, you can order these knives like this still to this day from Finland. You know, you can get them like that. Get them like this. You can get them like this. You know, but you're talking 390, 420 euros or something like that, which is around 500 bucks US. Something like this with the silver, with the inlay. You know, the chap knob and the collar, the chain. 275, 300 euros, which would be around $300 to $350 American. And you could buy Puukkos, the common style Puukkos, all over online from Finland, and you know, your typical modern style Puukko. I'll show you. You know, for between $175 to $250, you can get them like this. Where are we at? You know, like this. You can get more modern ones like this. Birch bark handle, the brass, you know, forged blade. You know, leather strap sheath. You can get them like that for between 175 250 US dollars. And then they go down as low as 150, you know, but they're not. The more you pay for a Puukko, the more extravagant it's going to be, the more ornate or detailed it is. Jack's Carver, deep sheath, lyrical style with traditional semi motifs. Look at, they got the reindeers up front and the people behind it. That's reindeer antler there. You know, something like this, you're looking at $375, $450 US. The polished ones you said you want to try and do might be worth it. What polished ones? You talking about the polished blades, or what are you talking about? You know, especially if I do this inlay like this, man, you're talking a good 6 to 8 hours of driving that in there. You know, cutting the pattern in, driving it in. You know, so you're adding $150 to the knife just by doing that. So it depends on how ornate the the knife is. See here? All that silver inlay in there. And then I'm going to get set up to do the... I'm going to get an electric carver so I can carve these tins. And then I can carve the bolsters on any knife, really. A lot more tin work and carving this year with metal. But like I said, I've made and sold a lot of these traditional styles. You know, you can get these for $150, even from Finland. Where they at? You know, your modern style Puukko with the curved rear handle. Kind of looks like a Mora. Kind of looks like a Mora handle. Where's it at? Where is it at? See, that looks like a Mora there. I see them like this floating online for 125, 150 bucks all over eBay. And it look like a buck 110 handle, don't it? Buck 119, I mean. Where's the modern ones? There's a full page here. If I can get to it. But these are the kinds that I've made for customers. They always like the Mora style handles. I don't know why. They don't want the straight handles or the curved straight handles of the traditional Puukko. They'd rather have one with a butt end on it, like this. See, that's a modern Puukko right there. I made several like that. You could find them for $100, $125 on eBay all day. Can you order the silver ones? What, for my personal collection? You can order a Puukko knife any way you want it, made in Finland, at different price points, like I said, you know. Now see, even this handle's more of a modern style end, instead of the swooping straight end. Well, I'm looking, there's a whole section of the modern ones here, if I can come across it here. Might be in front here somewhere. Alright. Well, this one here is a modern. I made several like that. The guys want them more than anything. I don't know why, but they like them curved ends. Not me. I'm more of a traditionalist. I like them like that. You know, this is my favorite style of Puukko handle right there. Man, I smell cat shit. Whoo-wee. Cats are dumping back there. For some reason, I can't find that whole page of them. Well, yeah, I mean, like, see, this is silver. You know, this is the style of sheath I'm going to make for this challenge. And I'm going to do this inlay here. But my caps are going to be brass. I made a couple furloughs. I need more practice. Here's a furlough here. I've got several I made practicing. I mean, I can use it, but I don't want to. I'm just going to use a solid brass. See, here's the pattern for the furlough. And then here, when you cut it out, like that, right? Then you bend these two ends. Bend the two ends, and then you bring it together. Then they got once you got these ends bent in a little bit like this, I just got to practice more with it. This is too thin a metal. I just practice in here. But then there's a thick ass wire that holds this together. And then you solder it, see? And then once you get it soldered, then you got to bend this over to create it look like this. Here's one that I made in practice. This is the best one I made here, but I don't want to do this without, I need to get a hot torch, a hotter torch than a propane tank. I need to get a hot torch. I need to buy a tank, a settling tank and some oxygen tank, and I need to get a hot torch because I'm going to braze these together instead of using silver solder. I don't like silver solder. This one I silver soldered, but if you look here, this is probably the best one I made. Now, I could use this, but like I said, I don't like using the lead or the lead-free solder. I want to actually braze it together so it's all solid brass. There's the furlue. Hold on, it came off. Put it back on again. Come on, stay on there. Get it too far. Came off again. Damn, we're going too far. There we go. See, that would be about the right size. First couple I made, they were a little bit long. Now what you do here, see, it's on the knife. To achieve that is you put it straight up, make sure it's nice and straight to the tang. Then you fill this with epoxy all the way flush. And then you just start stacking your birch bark on there. Then when you're done, take an end cap here, drill my peening hole through there, and that'll get peened on tight against the birch bark. I mean, this one turned out okay. I mean, I could use it if I wanted to, but I'm not gonna. I don't want to do it without brazing it. I don't like that. I don't like that lead. That silver solder. But you can see here, you got to file it so it fits the blade. This is a double taper. It tapers that way, and it tapers the edge, cutting edge, and the spine tapers. That's the way Puukkos are made. So you got to file this furlue so it sits flush against that. Then you fill, like I said, you fill this with epoxy. Then you're ready to stack your birch. Yeah, this is brass. But I want to get brazing rods and the brazing flux. They have, I got a degree in welding, so I know what I'm doing. I just got to buy the right equipment. And if I'm going to be working with silver plating too, I need to get the silver solder, and I want to do it right. So a lot of practice this year on doing these furls and these tips. A lot of practice engraving the handles just like that, and engraving designs on the silver. So I'm looking forward to this year, to what I'm going to accomplish. But yeah, you can get this book if you want to learn everything about the Puukko. Right on Amazon. Screenshot that and go look for it. This will tell you everything about the history of the Puukko knife. Like I said, this one's for sale right now on my eBay store. Y'all looking for a nice skinning knife? There you go. Jacob Souders says hi. What's up, Jacob? Welcome. 8 watching now. What about Bone Victor? Yep, so I'm getting some practice in on these things so I can get good at it. And like I said, I got to get the forge going, and I gotta pound me a. I'll show you what I made. See this here out of that pipe wrench. I made this thing. This goes in the vise. That way I can bend over these ends. See? They got to be folded over. Like I said, when you got this. You got this soldered together. Once that's soldered together, you got to bend these ends over. And that's where this comes in. So, I made that one for this. This is what I'm practicing on. So, I want to find somewhere where you can actually buy these things for different size furloughs. You know what I mean? That's what I need to find. I'm sure somewhere I can buy them somewhere. I might have to get a hold of somebody in Finland, see if they got them more common for sale there, or if there's some blacksmiths over there that can make them, because they make Puukko knives over there. They know how these things need to be made. You know what I mean? I got a friend from over there, Don Komet. I joined his YouTube channel, and he could probably hook me up with these things. So, if you ever watched the making of a Puukko knife on YouTube, there's all kinds of videos showing you how they make these. You'll see the tools that they use. So I made a makeshift one out of a pipe wrench. I mean, it's doing the job, but it's not perfect, you know. I could probably work on this one and get a little more perfect. But I just want to buy them, you know, because there's different size knives, different size of tools like this. And this, they actually have a, when they solder this together, they got the old timers got this metal with a hole in it, and it's shaped like this, but the opposite, you know what I mean? So they stick that in a hole, and then they bring this down. It's like a punch die system. And then they tap it, and it curves that and shapes it all in one as you pound. So I'm gonna get set up. I'm gonna find out where I can get these tools. It's well worth doing Puukko knives because there ain't too many guys in the country doing them. And it's part of my heritage. I'm part Finnish and Swedish. Finnish, Swedish, Irish. I'm a little bit of everything. But I'm just fascinated by the Puukko, man. I absolutely love the Puukko. I mean, just all the detail and it's up my alley, man. It's more of a challenge, and you know, and these knives have been around hundreds of years. Damn it. Oh. So yeah, you can. I believe me, I've watched just about every video there is on YouTube for making Puukkos. I've been watching them for 2-3 years now. If somebody's made a Puukko knife on YouTube, I probably watched their video. But that's what it looks like when you start. Then you got to shape it around a furlue anvil. So I'm gonna look into buying these. I don't want to have to make them. I mean, I can make the different sizes, but if I can find somebody in Finland that actually forges them, they know what's up. They got them perfect. Jacob, what's up? What the hell was that? What just fell? I don't know. I got my Boker here. Boker, Germany. The Bald Eagle. Bald Eagle, one of 3,000 made, 1990. One of my favorite knives. I got a new one coming in the mail from Deep South Cutlery. I got a Sheffield, England IXL Barlow coming. Can't wait to get that. That one's going to be my carry. I'm going to carry that bad boy. Brand new. IXL. Let me see if I can't find it for you. I got another book y'all want to check out. Amazon. You guys got to get this book if you're serious about pocket knives. The Gentleman Pocket Knife. History, construction of the world's most beautiful models. This is a damn good book here. But let me see if I can run through it real quick and find that knife. Maybe tell me in the back where it's at. Page 19. Hopefully. Okay, here's the IXL company. This is an old IXL Barlow. I got a new one coming. Brand new. IXL. I-Star XL. Bought of George Washington and Sons. Okay, look at this thing. 127 blades on this. 127 tools. That's roadkill. In fact, that's in a museum. Joseph Rogers made this imposing showpiece equipped with 75 blades and tools and 2 years of work. It's named after the company's office in Norfolk Street, number 6. It was presented to the public first time during the World Expo in 1851 in London. Today it's on display at the Cutler's Hall in Sheffield. Washington received the highest personal recognition when he became master cutler in 1856. Since his 3 marriages stayed childless, he sold the business 1 year prior to his death. The crisis of Sheffield's cutlery industry did not pass Joseph Rogers and George Washington without leaving traces, but at least both companies were able to keep their business running until after World War II. But the production capabilities and his assortments had to be adapted to. Drastically reduced demand in 1971, the company Joseph Rogers took over the formerly fire crust competitor George Washington. The new company's Rogers Washington subsequently was sold several times and merged with other companies until it was finally liquidated in 1986. The end of the glory area. Downfall of the English cutlery industry started early when compared to Germany, due to the restrictive protection policies of the United States. The end of the 19th century, the important American market collapsed. English knife manufacturers. The loss could still be compensated by the sales markets in the British colonies. But at the same time, the prices came under more and more pressure because of German manufacturers could produce cheaper than the technically more undeveloped workshops of the island. Finally, World War I scaled to the fate of the English cutlery metropolis. Workers of the factories at Sheffield died by thousands on the battlefields in Europe. Sheffield, not much is left to the glorious fame of pocket knife production. Their most resounding names of former times: Joseph Rogers, George Washington, and George Eberson. Only exits as more or less faded brand names which belong to Eggington Group since the mid-1980s. The company tries honestly to maintain the heritage and continue the tradition by producing a manageable palette of knives under the time-honored names: the most tie and with classic patterns, most pocket knives. Pocket knife in the old bill of George Washington. The pocket knives with the famous IXL logo were mostly exported to the United States. With one or two parts of spear point, sheep's foot blade, as well as a barlow of garden knives. Even a very successful export. Now, around that time, 1850s, Washington Home created the modern American Bowie knife we know today. Flooded the markets in the United States with them. And that's what we tend to think that James Bowie fought with in the sandbar, and it wasn't. But it was Washington Home's rendition of the Bowie knife, which is what everybody loves today. But by then, by the 1850s, by 1857, 1858, every home in America had either two styles of knives. They had a Barlow or they had a Bowie knife. 90% of homes had one or the other, or both. Thanks to the innovations of George Washington Home. Now, in 1890, the climax of the business success, several hundred people were on the company's payroll. Today, Taylor's eyewitness is far from this, but the historic manufacturing building, Milton Street, fine pocket knives are still produced in manual work. The little masters, too, have vanished completely. A few independent knife makers of Sheffield see their work as continuation of the century-old tradition, craftsmanship, which was once founded the fame of the city. So I'm looking for the Barlow, wasn't I, that I bought. It's a perfect rendition of the George Washington Home, the knife I got coming. Northfield UnXLD. But this book's got everything in there, handle materials, knives, all from all the makers around the world. Even case. Mammoth molars, mammoth tusks for handle material. Here's all your different types of handle materials here. We start out with G10, micarta, carbon fiber, Zytel, FRN, Kraton, and Valix. There's all your different handle materials, not counting like molar tooth and bone and ivory and mammoth tooth. Most commonly used blade steels for pocket knives. 1095 XC70, 1.4116, 12C27 or 14C28N, 154 CM, 420, 440C, 8CR 113 MOV, ATS 34, OS 8, D2, laminate steel, ZDP 189, VG10, S30V, S35VN, S90V. Then it shows you the different types of lockbacks. Button lock, frame lock, liner lock. This book shows it all, man. Viral block from the Opinels. Blade construction. Clip point, pen blade, drop point, spear point, California clip blade, sheep's foot, hawkbill blade, coping blade, spay blade, Warncliffe blade, long spay blade. Different grinds. Flat grind, Scandinavian grind, spherical grind, and hollow grind. Styles and traditions. You got the two French knives here. You got the Opinel and the Laguiol. The different area of Laguiol knives. All the different styles. The rustic Corsican shepherd knife falls outside the typical scope slim French regional knives. And here's all the Laguiols with the different butterfly locks, they call them. They're actually bees. Some people misrepresent this backlock mechanism. It's not really a backlock, it's just a detent, just like your traditional folding knife. But that's called a butterfly joint. Some people call these butterflies, and they're not butterflies, they're bees. They were carved to represent bees. But the mechanism itself is called the butterfly joint lock. See here? Fly or bee, see? It's a bee, but that's just the locking mechanism, you know? The fly, but this is a technical expression that doesn't have anything to do with the insect. Initially, the part of the spring was not decorated at all. Only around 1880 did makers start to embellish the front end of the spring. In the beginning, the flower motifs such as the fleur de lis were especially popular. Only Jules Camel's grandchildren of Pierre Jean Camel's oriented the front end of the spring with the bee. By the way, the high quality Laguiol knives, spring and bee, are forged of a similar piece of steel with the bee filed manually out of the material. Cheap wares can be recognized by the bee consisting of an embossed and punched out piece of metal which has been soldered or welded onto the spring. Not with a Laguiol, they're all hand filed. Different French knives, French makers. Now we get to Bella, Italy, Maniago, Italy, Scaperia, Italy. Different Italian makers. I mean, this book's got it all. The Mosetta, like the Rosalino. The knife has lacks distinct blade tip. Point-picked knife blades prohibited the means of Galliti law of 1908. These knives could still be carried. Typical German. The Mercator, I got one of them. I want to get a new one with the black handle, maybe something like that. I've got a real old one. All the black wore off of it. Here's the Hubertus. Remember me showing you the Hubertus that I got? First off, back up a couple pages. Here's the Laguiol. This is mine. There it is. That's my Laguiol, the Laguiol Wildlife Sanctuary. Got the wild geese on it. This is the slip they come in. Y'all quit talking, man. Cat must got your tongues, huh? Okay, now you come to the Mercator. Historically seen, the first knife to be mentioned here is the Mercator knife, which will be introduced in more detail elsewhere in the book. Heinrich Kaufmann developed this knife in 1867, a simple and elegant all-around knife during the era of the German Empire. The Mercator knife became widespread, which later led to its popular name, Kaiser Wilhelm Messer, Emperor Wilhelm knife. It is still valued by enthusiasts, but almost unknown outside of the world of knives. Here's mine. It's an original. It was black at one time, and it's all been worn down. This is the user. It's got that famous back lock. Mercator, Germany. Mine's well used. So I want to get some new ones. I want to get that one and this one. A couple of new ones. Add to my collection. We go over here. There's the Hubertus. Right there. Documents the solid Zolian, the expressions Offensmesser, first open knife, is mentioned, which means the marketable product must have already existed at the time. Among many ingenious automatic knives with sliders, push buttons, levers, and other kinds of trigger, in German, one mechanism became established and is still in use, especially by the company Hubertus. These pocket knives, known as Springer, are provided with a leaf spring, is mounted lengthwise on the handle surface, and keeps an arresting bolt under tension, which is then turned, blocks the blade in a closed position within the handle. There is an ejection spring which lets the blade fly out the handle sideways as soon as the bolt is lifted. And here's the bolt mechanism. When you're using it, you flip it forward. Hubertus. And if you want to close it, you got to push down on that lever. Push it back down onto the lock, and it's ready to go. Within the handle, there is an ejection spring which lets the blade fly out of the handle sideways as soon as the bolt is lifted, which is done by means of a small lever. To prevent unintentional activation of the mechanism, the lever can be folded forward towards the front. The lever is thus activator as well as safety, at the same time lever lock. In open position, the blade is arrested by the bolt. In order to close the knife, the bolt has to be lifted by means of the lever. Then the blade can be pressed into the handle. Against the resistance of the ejection spring until the locking bolt latches again, which is underneath there. Underneath the spring. This ejection bolt spring. The jumping mechanism is sometimes wrongly attributed to the American inventor and businessman George Schrade, who applied for several patents regarding automatic knives in the years before and after 1900. Fact is, we are unable to retrace who invented the special mechanism. So Schrade could be attributed to inventing this, but the Germans ran with it. Unable to retrace invented the special mechanism or who used it first. Apparently, it was never patented. In any case, many renowned producers of cutlery in Zollian, Germany, used it up to the mid 20th century. That's it. That's the Hubertus. Pocket slaughtering knife, side buster. German models most probably inspired the pocket knife type is known as a side buster in the United States. While the knife type itself is much older, the name was coined with the molded side buster written as two words, which was introduced by Case at the end of 1960s. In the pattern books of Zollian from the early 20th century onward, knives of this kind are called Taschenschlackermesser, pocket slaughtering knives, or Nachschlagmesser, emergency slaughtering knife. As the names already hint, these robust folding knives mostly supplied a backlock, were mainly used as working knives in agriculture and cattle breeding. They are still produced by several companies of Zollian and even available in very hand versions that can be used as gentlemen's knives. The American expression side buster, by the way, is based on a deprecative expression for those American settlers who purchased land after the Homestead Act of 1862. Because the land outside of the already settled area was wild prairie, the farmers had a laboriously break open to bust the turf, the sod, in order to gain areas useful for agriculture. As you see here, Carl Schleppner, Brent. There it is. Hey, Leon. I just showed my Laguiol, brother. Going over the history of these knives. So yeah, the side buster was coined in 1960 by Case, but these knives have been around a lot longer than Case's side buster. Typically known as the farmhand, or Homestead Act of 1862, because the land outside the already settled area was wild prairie, the farmers had to laboriously break open to bust the turf sod in order to gain areas useful for agriculture. Side buster knife from the production of Frederick Oberblitz. In the pattern books of Zollian, these pocket knives are listed under the names Techoschleckermesser or Nachschleckermesser. This is a Nachschleckermesser. Brand, Carl Schleppner. Hammer forged in Zollian, Germany. Zollian, Germany. I just showed this one over here. The Hubertus. And I showed this Mercator from Germany. K55K. That was right here. Yep, that's the Bridget Bardot. She just passed away too, man, unfortunately. She was one of my favorite actresses in America. She was born and raised near Laguiol, Italy. And this is called the Laguiol. It's got a gray wolf on it next to the Laguiol, Laguiol, Laguiol. The Laguiol is the name of the gray wolf sanctuary next to Laguiol. So this knife was made in honor of. She didn't only preserve the gray wolf, but she preserved a lot of animals there that were close to extinction. So this one dons the Canadian goose for some reason. Because typically a Laguiol would have the shepherd's cross on it, a series of 5 brass pins and then 3 going this way to make up a cross, which of the cross would be this way in this position. Because what the French would do, and this knife was created with two cultures coming together, the French and the Portuguese. With their religious beliefs and their Christianity. They put the shepherd's cross on it because what they do is they stick it in a block of cheese or bread, right? Say that's in the bread or cheese, and then they'd say their prayer before they ate. And then they take the knife and cut their blessings with it. Yeah, this mechanism is called a fly. It's not a fly, it's always a bee, and they were hand carved. The knockoffs, you'll always see them punched out of metal and brazed together or soldered together. These are all one piece. This whole thing is one piece. And there's 7 different carvers in Italy that carve the spines differently. The rocker lock, the rocker bar, the rocker spring, it's called. So depending on which carver you wanted, you can order Laguiol over there in France based on the carver if you wanted to. I don't know who carved this. I'd like to find out, but one day I might. When you close it, you got to close it slowly, like this. You can't just let it slam in because they're made with no kick. See, this blade's got a kick right there, and that's what hits the spring. It keeps the blade from hitting it. This one don't have a kick, so if you let this fly, that blade will hit the spring. So you got to close these things gingerly, just like that. Take care of them. See, this one here, you can let it fly because the kick protects it, right? It's a bee, not a fly, right? Some people misinterpreted it and called it a fly. But that's the coin name of what that mechanism's called. It's called a fly mechanism. One continual piece. When it opens, it catches the back of it comes flush and puts tension on the blade thing. But that mechanism is called a fly mechanism. And people misinterpret it as that being a fly, and it's not. It's a bee. Every Laguiol's got a bee hand carved on it. So if you look at them, like I said, there's different carvers. And a lot of the Laguiols are produced outside of Laguiol, but through the company. I mean, they do a majority of the work where Laguiol will punch out all the metal. They'll mold all the metal, and then they'll ship it out to these different makers that do subcontract work for them. But every one of these are carved by a different person, and it's a fly mechanism, but everyone's a bee. It'll always be a bee. Such a horrible story. Yesterday in France, a 14-year-old child just stabbed a teacher with an opinel in 12-inch. What a sad world. You mean the opinel number 13, the biggest one they got, has a 9 3/4 inch blade on it. But no, if you got the 12, The Opal number 12, yeah, that's the next size down. That's got still got a good 5.5 inch blade on it. Yeah, I mean, hey, knives don't kill people, guns don't kill people, people kill people, and you'll never stop people from killing people. It's just the way it is. Some people tell it. Some people will say it's God's way of thinning the world, thinning the population. Death is the current. It always will be. You know, the strong survive and the weak perish. That yesterday in France, 14-year-old child stabbed a teacher. I assume he killed the teacher, but maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, stab wounds don't really kill. I mean, they can be treated fast enough to where you can save a person's life. And believe it or not, like here in Chicago with gun violence, right? Well, violence in America has dropped. I mean, it's not climbing; it's dropping. And more Americans are buying more guns. But the thing is less than a third of gun violence. Gun shootings in Chicago even. Less than a third result in death. So there's a bunch of criminals out there with guns that don't know how to use them. Right. She's not dead but badly injured. And I'm sure they're going to make some kind of rule. I mean, hey, when I was a kid, I carried my buck 112 on my belt to school. Nobody cared. There was no big crime sprees like when we hit the peak of, the late 20th century. 1990s and up till about 2010 was the worst time for crime in America. And believe it or not, most of the crime was done with knives more than guns until like the last decade. And it's all about how society's being molded. You know what I mean? You got to put feminism in its place and how it's molding our society today. And it's just not in America. It's all over Europe. England, France, Italy, UK. World leaders use feminism to dumb down societies in every country. And how they do it, you have to really study it. Read about it like I do. And it basically molds our society the way they want them. The way they want it, It puts that image out there of what a woman should be. You don't need to be married. You don't need to have kids. You need a future. You need to make money, blah, blah, blah. So, and then these kids grow up with parents. They both have to work because one parent's income can't make it anymore. So, and that's all created too. Destroy the monetary value of a country's money, and they got to work harder and longer for it. And we'll create a system where they can become dependent upon the goods that we create for them. We need you to shop at Walmart. We need you to shop at Aldi's and all these places because you're barely getting by now because we've destroyed the value of your money. We've destroyed the value of your children. We've destroyed your health. Your education, we've destroyed it all so we can control you and control the supply of money. That's basically what it amounts to. Money's the root of all evil throughout societies around the world. Because make no mistake, out of Israel became the money launderers, the ones that created a monetary system worldwide. And it's the very banks, international banks, that control all the monetary systems throughout the world. And they're responsible for destroying the power of the money, the purchasing power of it. Therefore, it makes us more dependent on them than we are of them, or they are of us. It's a sad world we live in, folks. You know, we all got to come to reality soon. You know, it's only evident. You know, the euro, and the American dollar, it's all going to collapse. And then there's going to be a reset. Well, who's going to reset it? And who's going to allow these international conmen and banksters to take control of our money again that they destroyed? So the root of all evil in this world is money, and it all rooted from Israel. The Khazar Jews, non-Catholical Jews, less than 13% is actually real Jews in Israel, because they killed off most of them, or drove them out of the country. These Khazars did, the ones that created the monetary systems. So I'm gonna put these knives back. I don't want to get a bunch of them on my table. What do you think, Leon? My knife's done. I finished the sharp finger. Look at that, baby. Yeah, I love it, man. Got my logo on it. Put that on today. That's that micarta that I made live that one time, if you remember. That burlap micarta. That I made a deer antler tip lanyard for it. And I just finished up this sheet this morning. Turned out nicely. Got a little deer on the front. Look at that stitching, boy. That's some perfect stitching there, ain't it? That's not done by a machine. That's by hand. Working on my Puukko knife. I might put this furlue on there. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it'll hold up. I got it soldered pretty good. If I want to be more traditional, I'll use the furlue, right? So I'm waiting on my birch bark to come. I'll fill this with epoxy, stack the birch bark on there, and then I'm gonna do an ornate rear pommel on it. Let's give you something else. And then that birch bark's on here, I'm gonna stain it a light red, and I'm gonna put silver scroll pattern. A silver scroll pattern and handle. Can't wait to get that going. Yep. I'm getting some knives done, man. So the spring's coming. I want to be able to do some flea markets. Start putting my stuff out there and having it available on my eBay store, and I want to have a dozen knives here in the next month or so on my eBay store. And then when I go to flea markets, I'll just take it all with me. And I'm going to do up a bunch of leather work too. Like I'll do some molded sheaths, buck 110 sheath, buck 112 sheath. Get some of my custom buck 112 and 110 mods done. I'll get some molded sheaths done for people to buy out me. I'll probably have a half a dozen of each of these. It's Buck's most common pocket knife, 110. So I'll do some custom cross draw buck 112. This is the 112, I mean, but the buck 110 cross draw sheaths. And then some of these, half a dozen of these. Everybody likes to carry a light. Man, that thing is warm. 97.9 degrees, 98 degrees. The heat of my body, right? I put my name on the blade. I etched it in. Acid or electro etched it. I was just experimenting. I figured it's my knife, so I painted the whole blade with primer and then white paint. And I took a needle scraper and scraped in my Kodiak edge on it after I transferred a pattern on there. Scratched the name out, and then I hit it with the salt water and electricity. Hey, it's mine. It turned out okay. I'm feeling pretty good, Leon. Thanks, man. A lot better. Heck of a lot better. Okay, where am I at in this book? Where am I at in this book? Yeah, you guys got to get this book if you want to get a cool book, man. The Gentleman's Pocket Knife. It's on Amazon. It's got all the makers around the world. Like I said, this is the Maniago, Italy, right? Caperia, Italy. North Florence. Village of Caperia, north of Florence, is well known for its excellent blades since the 15th century. Over here, Maniago cutlery has been producing since medieval times. The town and region of Friuli in the country's northeast called Italy's Zolian. Well, Scaperia today almost exclusively hosts traditional manufacturers. Companies located in Maniago, such as Fantoni, Fox Knives, Lion Steel, Mezerin, Technocut, have state-of-the-art technical equipment at their disposal. For protection, increasingly demand partner companies of Europe and even the United States who have parts of their product portfolio produced in Maniago. How did you do the claw on the other one? Oh, it's electro etch, just like I did this one. I've got a machine here that puts out up to 15 volts. What I do is I put the positive on the blade. And then I take a Q-tip swap and I dip it in salt water solution. And then I got a pattern, pre-made pattern. See here? It's a pre-made pattern made for doing my logos. I got like 20 of these from this guy made, and each one will do about 12. I can use each one like 12 times. So then I just stick it on the blade. I tape it in place where I want it. Then I take the salt water solution and hook it, the Q-tip swab with the salt water on it. I hook this to that, and then I just dab it, see? And the electricity causes that salt to etch the metal. That's how I do it. So if you look at this blade here, that's the pattern. And that's actually etched into the metal. I mean, it's deep. And salt water does it with electricity. You only need up to like 9 volts electricity. I set it at 12. It'll go up to 15. My machine here. I got a Fox chilling cutter in M398, still from Maniago, Italy. Such a great knife. They know what they're doing. Yeah, I want to get a couple of knives made in Maniago. I mean, I'm yet to get one in my collection, and I'm gonna. We'll see them here in this book as I go through. See, like right here now. In addition to kitchen knives and tablewares, especially traditional regional knives of Italy are made here in the manual work. The three most well-known family businesses that also successfully market their products abroad are Birch, Conaz, better known under the brand Consigli, and Saladini. Italy's regional knives. The canon of Italian regional knives is somewhat more manageable than the multitude of French knives. Here, as well as France, the origins can mostly be found in the rural culture of farmers and herders. Traditionally, horn and olive wood are used as handle materials, but sometimes exotic wood types are used as well. The knives introduced here are just a selection. Rasolano Tagliasegari, a design which imitates the razor stems from Sicily. Anconatano, the knife originates in the Adriatic coastal region around the harbor city Ancona. A small recess in the handles and the remains of the origins of the fisher's knife. The recess was an aid in repairing fishing nets. Now see, that's got the butterfly spring on it. See that? Just like the Laguiol. That's the butterfly spring. Gobo, the name of the knife derived from the Italian word hunchback, which hints at its curved shape. The gobo was very popular in Italy during the 19th century. Fox chilling cutter, huh? I want to get one of these here. These are so cool, man. Even this one. Calabrese, though. I want this Calabrese. SS, the name already suggests this knife has an origin in the region Calabria, I don't know, in the boots tip of Italy. Its elegant shape is similar to that of the Fiorentino. Roncola. The Roncola undoubtedly has an origin wine growing and horticulture. Billhook shaped tools, this kind known as many countries since the Roman era. Zavo. Traditional working knife could be found in the entire Tuscany area up to the 19th century. The scene of the typical Scaperia knife. Yeah, see, that's the style of knife I want to get. Mosetta, like the Rosolino, the knife as well as lacks a distinct blade tip pointed. It's the means of the Gaoliti law in 1908. These knives could still be carried. Had no idea there was even a law called the Gaoliti law. It restricted a pointed knife, I guess, huh, Leon? Diefenthal. Look at this beauty, man. Made in Zollian, Germany. The American way of knife. Now we're going to get in the case. Case knives. I'll spare you the discomfort. That's K-bar. I want to get that K-bar Barlow. I, Leon, I gotta. Yeah, I never heard about it either until I read this book. That was back in the late 19th, 20th century though, or I'm sorry, 19th century. In the late 1800s, the Galliano law, where they restricted the most pointed knives in all of Europe, and they definitely couldn't import them anywhere either. Case knives. Case knives. Traditional knives. Preservation of the proven. La Cachère. Look at that. That's what I want right there. That is one badass knife. Boker. Is only in Germany. I tell you what, man. I got to get that Scout. Look at this thing, man. This thing is a thing of beauty. Look at it. It comes with a lanyard. A metal lanyard. Beautiful slip. I mean, just everything about it. The handle material. Oak. It's like a dark oak. Isn't that something? Look at that lanyard. I mean, that's badass. I'm going to have one made if they don't make them anymore or something. I'm going to find one somewhere. That's my grail of scouting knives right there. I get that. I don't need another scouting knife again. That is the grail of scouting knives. That would be my grail of scouting knives right there. Blade steel is 1.4034 German steel. The sports knife has belonged to Boker's model palette since its founding in 1869. Safety chain and leather pouch round off the configuration. Another German made. Deceptively simple olive wood scales, nickel silver bolsters on the outside don't reveal the inner values of this pocket knife. 100-layer Damascus steel of Marcus Balbuck turns even a bottle opener into an eye catcher. Yeah, they're getting expensive. Buck just took up the buck 110 from 69. What was it? 59, $60. They brought it up to 96 bucks. But that was a long time coming because, you know, you got to think. I mean, all that brass, you know, and the ebony handles and, and the other wood handles, you know, most commonly the ebony handles. Just, I'm telling you, man, way undervalued for too long. Now here's what I got to get more of, the Hubertus knives. I just showed you my Springer. Westphalian Customs. Germany. Regardless of whether It's champagne, wine, or beer bottle. The Westphalian anastrophic knife made by Hubertus has a proper tool. Of course, it's also able to cut. I mean, I love that thing, man. I'm gonna get this in my collection. I need to start getting, because all the Hubertuses are made with stag. You know what I mean? I just love them. What's the steel on this one? It's 1.4109 steel too, German steel. Here's another great maker in Germany right here, boy. Monolith has been, the flagship model has been a permanent part of the delivery program only since 1997. Nevertheless, represents the long-lasting tradition of craftsmanship of the manufacturer Robert Klaas, in existence since 1834. Folding hunter. And that handle material is maple. It's a curly maple. That's just beautiful, man. Hey there, wifeful critter. What's your hubby doing? Is he passed out? Did he go live? When's the last time he went live? I gotta watch him again. I can never catch him, man. I'm always upstairs watching TV with the wife. He's working nights tonight. Oh boy, so you're alone. You drinking some Busch Light right now? Okay, here's another great one here. African Blackwood. Wow. Made in Germany. Again, 1.4110. Hey, check out this knife. I just finished it. It's a Skinner. If you want to get it for your hubby, it's on my eBay store. The link's in my description. He'd probably love this thing. Got my logo on it. Kodiak Edge. I did a live video where I made this micarta. Burlap micarta. It's got a deer antler tip on it. It's like your charade shirt finger. It's for caping and skinning out animals. This thing will work nice going down them coon hides. Your hubby would absolutely love to use this. I carved a deer in the front, or I stamped a deer in the front. Links in my description for my YouTube channel. It's gonna go fast. Yeah, my description. My YouTube channel link is in my description on my YouTube channel. Thank you. Yeah, I can see your husband skinning out a coon or a beaver with this bad boy. It's got that blade shape, that perfect curve for, you know, separating the skin from the fat, you know what I mean? I mean, you can really choke up on this bad boy. And that's what it is. You want to take a hide off an animal, this is the knife to use right there. If he's got a birthday coming up, there you go. Hey, even Valentine's Day, right? Get your honey a custom one-of-a-kind Skinner. That's up to you. Yeah, I mean, yep. And I told your hubby, I said, I need to get a hide from him. I'm gonna buy it off him too. I'm gonna buy a hide off of him. I want one to make a hat. Oh yeah, any man would love a knife for Valentine's gift. That and a small box of chocolates. You get that little small red heart with the with a dozen chocolates in it. And the knife, I'll tell you what, man. You'll definitely be a keeper the rest of his life. And you know what? I could see your husband doing a live with this knife. I could definitely see him doing a live with it. And once he skins the hide off of an animal with this, he'd be like, "Oh my God, this thing's a gem." It's all I've used. You know, it's modeled after the Schrade sharp finger. See, and see now mine's a little bit bigger for a bigger man's hands. You know what I mean? A little bit wider handle. Hi, kitty. And I'll get this thing sharper even. When I'm ready to ship it out, I'm going to get it hair popping sharp. But right now, it's pretty damn sharp. It'll take a hide off of a beaver like nobody's business. I got my partner in crime here with me right now. Who dat? Huh? Who dat? Yep, so that one's ready. If anybody wants it, it's in my store. Every sales I make goes back into the company, you know, buying more materials and buying leather goods and stuff that I can make and give away for my lives. So it all gets reinvested. I got a business account where all the money I make from everything I make goes towards everything back in it. Uteritis, Lindner, also a German manufacturer. Look at this beauty here. Bulldog brand right there, buddy. I need to get this trapper. This is probably a 5th generation Bulldog. You can tell by the stamp. Each generation had a different style of Bulldogs fighting or standing or the pocket knives of this series Bulldog brand made by Frederick Orbelitz of Zollian are rare in Germany. They are all the more popular among American collectors. What? Yeah, you ain't going outside. No, quit crying. Beautiful. Look at the shield. It's a bulldog head. Since 1975, Frederick Orbelitz Zollian has been providing American trade companies, Fight and Rooster Cutlery Company, with high-quality pocket knives, such as the 3-part cattle knife. That's cool. Fighting Rooster. Here's the Mercator. I just showed you. That's made from C75 steel. It's a one-piece steel body. I mean, they just fold it in half, you know, to make the body. Jacob Souders, what's up? So many beautiful knives. Puma. Jägermesser, Germany. 12RC, made from 1.4110 steel. The pocket knife is a typical Puma knife. The characteristic scales of stag, of course, can't be absent. The trigger producing from the handle back even to be used easily with gloves. That's a trigger. It's spring loaded and it's got a back lock. That's beautiful, man. I'd like to have one of every one in this book. I might just do that. Buy one at a time. Now we're getting the France knives here. Artistic little gem of France. In the version with handle scales and mammoth ivory, the navette looks especially precious. The name hints the similarity of the handles to a weaver's shuttle, which belongs to the equipment of traditional hand tools. Out of the village of Viscomtat. Viscomtat. Still with me, Leon? Another France knife. The roots of Garonne lie in southwestern France, where the lovely Garonne Holderland, orienting the Spanish Pyrenees, combines with the Dordogne near Bordeaux. With mammoth ivory, does this make it a dinosaur knife? Well, sure. Mammoth tooth and mammoth husk is a dinosaur, right? Another French, Lethiers. Beautiful knife. The Lethiers. Now see, there's a fly mechanism there, just like the Laguiol, but it's flush with the bolster. Beautiful. Now, here's one I've been wanting to get for some time now, the Duck from France. The Duck initially was a simple work knife for use in the French colonies. Its construction is simple, the finish is rustic. The rough charm of the small version with the blade length of 75 millimeters nevertheless evokes enthusiasm. And it's made from XC75 steel. You got a duck in your collection there, Leo? Beautiful knives and succession, if you know what that is. Yep. Can you send me one of them? I'll send you one of my knives if you can send me one of these. I might make a solid frame knife like this. A solid body knife. I can even put that pattern on that blade like that too. That'd be nothing. Here's the Laguiol. Made from 12C27 steel. Nobody of Fontainebleau Coutade is a friend of wrongly interpreted nostalgia. All Laguiol models are provided with a blade stop. The knives of the series nature in addition and equipped with back lock. Laguiol and Arabic Airbrush Albrecht and Albrecht, trademark of authenticity. Made from 12C27 steel. It looks like olive wood, is it? Nope. Yeah, that is olive wood. No, duck. Never liked those sandwich taco style knives. Never liked them. Well, I like to collect them, especially coming from France or Italy. Here's one from France. You ever get one of these? Two furloughs, doubled roll. A nickel silver frame and ebony handle. The upper ring can be rotated and blocks the open blade. A mechanism created long before Opinel's viral block system. It's been around longer than the viral lock. Ain't that right, Kitty? Kitty's chilling, boy. Ain't you, Kitty? You chilling? Huh? Yeah. This is my baby girl here. This is my pumpkin. My pumpkin girl. Basking in the heat. I got the heater on us right here. She loves it. And the black kitty's running around trying to figure out how to get out of here. Wants to go outside. Ain't gonna happen, cat. The high-end Opinel hard to find these days. Oh yeah. Well, go in that premier Opinel shop there in France. I forgot the name of it. They got them all in there. Here's another French knife. The Cater is a friction folder that remains one of the forgotten period medieval Europe, centuries before Luther. The Catharist movement wanted to reform the church. Rome answered with a crusade and experimented the heretics. Savatonic La Catherine. Pretty cool. Made from XC75 steel. From the scantiness of the Cantel in France, more than 100 years of tradition craftsmanship. Manufacturer Thiers Izard, founded in 1884 and well known for its excellent razors. In addition, it produces French regional knives such as this pretty relic with snake wood handles, scales, and lots of gouache 12C27 steel. Pretty cool, man. I like the carvings on this thing. That is cool. The Way of the British Gentleman, England. Now we're getting into Sheffield, England knife. I want to get this Barlow too. Brand. Love it. Look at the vine pattern on that. Typical of what I do. And that's ironwood, I think, just like mine. Yep, ironwood. Almost reminds you of the one I made, right? Except I use brass. Italy. Tuscany Flare. The Tre Pianelle owes its name to the special blade geometry with three distinctly separated surfaces coming together at the blade tip. Like a spear point. That's cool. Buffalo horn. That's a cool looking buffalo horn there. Oh, Salinegero or whatever the guy's name is, Leon above you. What's he speaking? French? Caso adesso voglio che tu torni a caso adesso. I can't use my translator right now. Yeah, this one's from Italy. Here's another Italian knife. These are cool, man. I want to get one of these too. The curved shape of the handle lets the Fiorentino rest comfortably in your hand. Unobtrusive file work on the back screen and the spring and the silver engravings give nobleness to the knife. Cool. It's got a carving on the back spring. Japanese now. Another solid brass handle. Folded brass handle. Yeah, my leg's falling asleep, kitty. I gotta put my wooden leg down. Yeah. Don't want you to fall down, huh? My kitty. There you go. Just stay there. You'll be okay. Don't claw my damn leg. The Higo Nakami has been produced almost without change since 1896. It served generations of Japanese schools kids as a useful tool for sharpening pencils until the government prohibited knives at the schools in the 1960s. However, this did not impair the Higonakami popularity. You imagine the kids carry these to school to sharpen their pencils. Here's another Japanese knife. That's cool looking. XT80 steel. The first slip joint knife of the Canadian company, Cat's Knives, adopts the well-tried Stockman pattern. The knife, which produced in Japan, embodies the best traditional craftsmanship. Wow, that's pretty cool. Here's the Case Canoe. Need I see more? Look at this. It doesn't say that. It just says chrome vanadium steel. Well, that tells you a lot what type of steel it is, don't it? Okay, cat, get back on my lap. Case Congressman. I wish they made them good today. I wish they made them good today. Gents folder with 2 pen blades. If he can't write it in English, he maybe don't even understand. Yeah, he most likely, huh? Portuguese, I guess. Well, that's the Portuguese and the French came together, right? Create the Laguiol. UnXLD. United States. UnXLD. The sunfish. Elegant pocket knife of the Shat and Morgan Keystone series gets its historic cursor, the company of Queen Cutlery. Tutsville, Pennsylvania. Queen Cutlery. That's a beautiful stag there, boy. Modern knives. Here's one from Belgium. Enzigen. Enzizen. Enzizen. It's made from ATS 34 steel with G10 handles. We got the Boker spring assisted blade. I got one similar to it. That was the first one. I got a newer version of this knife. Or an older version, I'm sorry. Look at the Puukko, made in Taiwan. Enzo Birch 75, produced in Taiwan, is marketed by the Finnish company Brazing as a foldable Puukko for outdoor use, but in fact it also proves itself as a practical pocket knife for the urban everyday use. A Puukko folding knife. I want to get that just to say I got it. Here's one from France. Surprising to see the new locking mechanism throughout by the designers to unlock the blade of the Actilum T3. The spring doesn't have to be lifted, but pushed sideways. Cool. Looks like you push it right there. Yeah, see? That's pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. Here's one from France by Robert David. European can only be recognized as a knife with closer look. It's a unspectacular and socially acceptable looks make it ideal folder for everyday business. Like a gentleman's knife. It's got a pocket clip on the back. That's cool. Here's one from France. Incredibly diversity of the Thiers knife, established 1994, is demonstrated by this model with ray skin from Claude Desorme. Materials authenticity is guaranteed by certificate. Yeah, that's stingray skin. That's pretty cool. Here's one from France with the timeless design with a timestamp. The events of 1515 impressed Manuel Laplace so much that he named the knife after the year. Among the wares of the seizures of the Portuguese sailors, and brought back their homeland since the discovery of the sea route to India. That's cool, nice. That's Monsieur Birch. I love birch bark, birch wood, man. It's just beautiful. Another one from France here. The Dory. Knives of Neptune are dedicated to the sea of seafaring. Name the shape of the dory. Go back to the traditional fishing boat. I actually drove a dory in the Navy with flat bottom, which has been used for centuries in deep sea and coastal fisheries. Bonjour, Leon. What up in my mouse? Another one from France. Use their own knives in a restaurant. It is questionable whether this trend will become established. However, with the Percival L08, you don't have to be embarrassed in any gourmet temple in the world. Another France knife. Regions bear the name of their places of origin. The La Francis by Atelier Perceval strives to represent the entire country. The maximum claim is implemented with minimum means. Cool. That's juniper wood with 19C27 steel. The Dweller, made in Italy, is based on the city knife of the American knife-making legend Bob Loveless. The cultivated gentleman's pocket knife is respectably in every cosmopolitan surroundings. Typical French knife slip, right? Italy. Not only for opera fans, this knife name leads to expect the dramatic passion of the boasting gestures. And far from that, the opera is pure understatement. It represents itself in the finest gentleman's manner as a self-effacing pocket knife of style. That's olive wood. Beautiful. D2 steel. Here's an Italian knife. Highlighting the gentleman's knife without its embellishments, the wave-like decorations of the liners are back spring and contrast, radiant extravagance. Master and Consali. Stainless steel CPM S35W Italy. S35VN steel. American steel. Another Italian knife. During the last century, the northern Italian blade city gave birth to some very innovative knife producers such as Fox. There you go, Leon. You got this knife right here, buddy? Fox, Lion Steel, Mazarin, and Technocut. The Viper Gent, the name already suggests, is a gentleman's knife by Technocut. I wonder if the Fox is in here. Okay, Japan. The city of Siki stands for the century-old forbidden traditions of Nashijin. Silk weaving stands the long-established textile of Japan. Pocket knife, the brand Micarta, is produced in Siki and is provided with a belt pouch and Nishijim cloth. Looks like bamboo in a way. What's it say? Cocoa bowl. It's made from cocoa bowl. Lever lock. The chillin cutter, yeah. Model Kyros, Japanese manufactured Moki, is named after the youngest of the Titans. Perhaps a somewhat questionable design, but the pocket knife itself is beyond all doubt. The Miyoki. Look at that slip. Isn't that cool? I need to make a slip like that. Wouldn't that be sweet? I could do blue jean. What time is it? I got enough time. Want me to make a slip like that right now? That is a cool looking slip. That's like a jean material and then the leather. But that's rolled over, that jean material. I can make that identical slip. I mean, that would be cool. The chillin cutter. Okay, kitty, you gotta get down. My legs are falling asleep. I need to get the sewing machine going. When I see something I like, I gotta make it. I could do a blue jean one right now. With the inside leather liner, like that. That would be too cool. Let me see how they sewed that together. Okay, yeah, they got a layer of leather going right through the middle of it. And there's the leather there. That would be badass. Anyways, I'm almost to the end here. Japanese knives. Sweden knife. Pretty cool. Another Sweden knife. Here's the Victorinox. Benchmade. And I think they got spider coat at the end here. Ken Onion design. That's pretty much it on this book. Here's the spider coat. William Henry Standards. That's pretty cool. I've never seen it. American. So that's it. I got a hunch to make one of them right now. I gotta roll over that material though. I can see that. Let me get the board out here. Y'all want to watch me make another knife sheet? I gotta clean up a little bit of my mess here. I got a mess going on over here on her, cutting all that paper. Okay. Like the Tonto PM2. I never seen one yet. I had two PM2s, but I sold them. Hi, kitty kitty. Kind of a stretchy material. It needs to be okay to This is kind of stretchy, but I think it'll work. I like the color. It's better than that blue jean stuff I got. Alright, if I'm going to do this, I got to make a pattern. Okay, I think I'm gonna make it so it'll fit a trapper. Let me sharpen my knife, sharpen my pencils first. Okay. So, if I want it to fit a trapper, I'm going to have to go want it to, it's got to go over the whole thing, so to fold over it, there's 5 inches, 5.5. I think 5.5 would be perfect. Let me see, 5 inches. No, I think 5 inches will be it. And then the thickness of this ruler, so I think that's gonna do. I'm gonna go 5 1/4. I bet you a good sharp knife will cut that, huh? I'll get the spade blade here. Okay, that's the fold over. How long am I gonna make? Okay. Okay, that's 5 1/4. I want my snap at 2 inches. I'll make it 2 3/4. So I want to go 2 3/4 longer. Come on, man. Ah. There we go. Okay, now put that trapper in there. Right about there. My folder over will be right here. A little too long. I'm going to cut it off about right there. All right. Okay, now okay, I want to curve my corners. Probably cut them off with this. Yeah, I'll just cut them with the scissors. you get the all black one, right? I had the the paramilitary too. I had the camouflage ones with the black blade, and I had the chrome blade. And then I took the black blade and I bought some custom scales for it. I got the ODE green micarta for it. Okay, that's what it's going to look like. Simple but elegant. Is that thing square? Not really. A little bit off. It'll be okay though. There we go. You know what, too? I could put my... Once I get this folded over and figured out, I'll put me a lanyard, an eyelet right here in the inside of it for, yeah, that'll be perfect. Okay. So now, I gotta find out where I want my hole. For my snap. And that will be about right here. One, 2.5. Two and a half, so 1.25. So now I gotta make another pattern for the front part. So this is probably going to be a little wide, but you know what? I could put any kind of knife in this. Don't have to be a trap. I could put a fat one in there. I see a cool knife sheath, man. I gotta make it now. I can't wait. I might sell a lot of these. Blue jean denim. I can go to the thrift store and get a bunch of jeans. I know you're bored, ain't you, cat? You ain't going outside though. It's too cold. There's a tomcat out there. I don't want him to get you pregnant. No? Uh-uh. Okay, that looks perfect. Here's my front pattern and my back pattern with the fold. Now I gotta see where the ooh, come on, don't mess me up. Okay. That's where my snap goes. And this is where my snap goes in the front. All right. This is gonna be cool. Cool, cool, cool. Shut up. I don't want to hear it. Okay. Don't know if I got enough chalk left in this or not, but I'll find out. Oh man, I'm running out. I wish I could fill this up with more chalk. I wonder if I can. Oh yeah, look at that. Now to find some more chalk. Hold on. Chalk. Now I need a piece of plastic or something. Make a funnel. Looks like cocaine, man. Want to snort it? Anybody want to snort it? Break out some lines here. Okay, now see if I can fill this pencil without spilling it everywhere. Okay. Hopefully I'm in business here. Oh man, that went fast. Well, I filled it up. I'll be damned. That was quick. These things are invaluable when it comes to doing upholstery work. Okay, see what we can do now. I think it's working. Okay, here it is. Now I got to cut out around that line a good 8 to 3/16. I'm just gonna go a good quarter because I got to fold it over and glue it. And I don't have no contacts in mine here, so or some spray glue. I think I ran out of it. Shut up. Go down. You're not going outside. No. Where you at? Go. Shut up. Damn cats drive you nuts sometimes. They want to go outside. What are you doing now? Playing with my shit over there. This is going to be easier. I had some contacts in my, or some spray glue. See what I can do. Might just have to go buy some tomorrow. I can always iron this over too. Good thing about chalk is it washes off when you're done. Man, I gotta sharpen these scissors again. A good pair of upholstery scissors. Alright, that's cut out. Now I gotta do the other one. Where did I put the damn chalk pencil at now? Gio, I'm making a knife slip, Japanese style, where you take this material, you fold it over like you're doing a wristband, a watch band, create an edge with the material. Then I'm going to sew some 1.5 ounce leather on the inside. Same with this. So this is the front of the slip. So it's going to be like this. Like that. And then it snaps in the front, just like that. I'll show you a picture of it. Right there. That's what I'm making. I see something I like, I gotta make it. And what I'm gonna do, like I said too, once it's all sewn together, I'm gonna poke an eyelet in there and tie a lanyard on it. All my slips will come with lanyards. Now I gotta cut this all the way around. This is a black denim. I actually bought a bunch of this for making a denim jacket. And I cut all the parts out for the jacket and I never got around to sewing it together. Imagine that. It's not easy doing denim jackets, but I'm always up for the challenge. And like I said, I think I ran out of spray glue, so I'm just gonna have to take this over there to the iron and put this on here and just bend one side over and sew and iron it. I think that's gonna be my best bet. That'll hold its shape. Then I can glue it to the leather. So I have to fire up the iron. Okay, the iron's warming up. Meantime, I guess I can set my sewing machine up. I need to clear this table off. I got too much crap in here. There's my box here. See, this is what I etch metal with. I was showing you, Barber. This thing will go up to 19 volts. This is my etching box. Cleaning out my table real quick. I'll take this and get it on the iron here in a second. See, that's what I make for doing my sheet. See here, Geo, I finished my sharp finger. I'm gonna do a video tomorrow on it. It's for sale right now on my eBay store. It's got a buck deer in the front, all hand sewn. Got a little buck antler tip on the end of the lanyard there. It's done. Kodiak edge, all stone washed. It's for sale right now on my eBay store. Whoever wants to buy it. And see here, this is how I wet mold. You guys watched me wet mold before. You gotta make something the shape of the blade here, see? Out of wood. Oop. There it is there. Then you wet mold it on the plywood there, see? So that's how that's done. Alright, where the hell did I put my pliers in? Here they are. Just like your typical sharp finger. I gotta cut my leather next, so I'm gonna go over here real quick and iron these. One more. I gotta make sharp corners on this, so I gotta cut this excess out. When I glue it, I could fold it real nice inside the leather. Man. Try that. Tedious little thing. So you don't want to have a bulky corner because when you sew the leather to it, there we go. Okay, that's ready for some leather. Now I gotta get some leather to make the inside. Now this is gonna be exact. It gets cut exact. Listen to that cat cry, boy. Meow. Meow. You're not going outside, sorry. Okay. Now this will get glued to that. Corner ain't as sharp as I want it to be. Okay. That's the inside of the sheath. Now I gotta make the front part that'll get glued and all sewn together at the same time. I gotta sew this across here first, because this is the inside flap. So might as well glue it together now. $50 degrees there today. Cool, it was 30 here. 32 actually. Snow started melting. I wish I had some seam tape left over, but I don't. That would be ideal. Guess I could put some glue on here. Keep it from moving around. Just don't want to be too thick. I never made one of these before, so this is all trial and error, really. See what I need to do to adjust. I think it'll turn out okay. Shut up! Oh, come on. Kitty, go! Ah! I'm like dropping it on the dirty floor. Hey, quit. Looks like they're trying to mount each other. Damn cats. I gotta get them things fixed. My cats are gonna multiply. Alright, here we go. Don't want to get no glue on this damn. See, this is the inside, this is the front. And the male snap will be right here. I want this material folded as good as I can get it. Because once I put it all together and sew it, I want the layers to be as close as possible. I'm going to hit this on the iron. I don't want no bulky leather sticking outside the material. So I'm cutting just to the inside. That's perfect. I do have to sew here first though before I sew this on the back part. I'm going to hit this with the iron. Okay, that's good to go. Best I can get it. That'll look nice. Okay, now the big part. No, I'm gonna iron it first. Cut this one a little bit shorter. I don't have enough material to iron around it. So this will take care of that. There we go. Help the corners stay nice and round. Hit that with the iron. Boy, this is, I'm only gonna have enough leather to do one of these. Oh, what am I doing? Come on, man. Really? I might be onto something here, guys. New kind of knife slip. Nice and soft in the pocket. Not bulky leather. I see how well these work. They work really well. They feel comfortable in the pocket. I'm going to make a bunch of them. But these will be probably $65 a piece because of the time involved to cut the material out. It's more time consuming than just doing them out of just this regular piece of leather, you know what I mean? This is too thin for a sheath anyways. This is like 1 ounce. We'll see right now. Oh yeah, that's 2 to 3 ounce that first slot, and it's real loose, so it's a 1.5 ounce leather. So now this gets glued onto there, right? Then this will get glued onto here. And then sewn, but I gotta sew the top of this first because that's the pocket for the knife. So, glue. Man, I think that glue works nice underneath too. You can tell my stitch is going to have to be right along that edge. So I'll probably time for me to get a nice glass of red wine. Any wine lovers here? Oh, I like good wine. As long as it's pesticide free. It's kind of hard to get grapes in a vineyard without pesticides, though. I don't drink it too often. My wife likes to drink a glass before she goes to bed. Helps her sleep, she said. We'll see you on the next one, brother. You watch the rest of my lives tomorrow when you wake, or later on, or whatever. See how this went. I think this is going to be pretty cool. It's time consuming to make them, but I think when it's done, it's going to be cool. I need to get some Kodiak edge labels, huh? To sew in between the material. Here, wine are almost pesticide free. You guys don't have much pest there, huh? I know all California vineyards and all around this country, they got to use pesticides. And you wonder if they actually wash the grapes really good before they crush them. I kind of doubt it. It's a lengthy, time-consuming process. I don't want glue sticking on the outside of this. So I think that's gonna do it though. I don't want to get glue all over the damn leather. Probably better off. Working on this side first. This works nicely though. Like I said, I'm gonna buy some more of this leather and make a bunch of them. I like the blue jean one that you see in that picture. I just didn't have the right color blue jean here. I like the green. The green's cool. Kind of missed it here. Well, it's sticking, I tell you. Wow, did that stick good. That's crazy good. I'm trying to tuck it in, but this can be the bottom. This side's nice. This will be the bottom here. These two will get sewn together like that. So I gotta glue these on perfectly. And then here's the lid, see? Boom. But I gotta put the snap on here first before I can glue this together. I want to try to get this tucked in here more. I don't think I'm going to be able to do it. That is what it is. It'll still be a nice looking sheet. Alright, so now I got to set up my sewing machine. First, any obtrusing leather needs to be cut off. It's not sticking back past the material. Without cutting my material. That side's good. That side's good. That's good. Alright, nothing sticking past. You got French wine in California? Never tasted it, but people say they're not bad at all. Well, we've got some French vineyard plants that's been imported to the U.S. and in California. So yeah, we have genetic French vineyards. You know, they took the finest grapes in the world and brought them here to California, Sonoma Valley. And they got some of the finest wine in the world made there because of it. Alright, now looking at this picture. Just to show you again what I'm making here. This sheath right here. Right? So I got to get my snap mail on here, and I got to sew across the top there. Now here they look like they got several sewing. So when I put this together, man, that side seems like it's better over here. Yeah. I mean, this doesn't, man, why does it seem like it's wider? Let me turn it around. Yeah, see, it's not gonna, it's not perfect to this other one. I mean, I cut the patterns the same, I don't know why. So, next one I do, what I can do, well, one of these I cut the curve down a little bit. Yeah, I think it was that one. So yeah, I can sew that together. So here it looks like it's got a stitching halfway up. It kind of keeps the material from wanting to, you know, peel away from the cloth. So I'll make one here, here, and then all the way around, of course. But see, I have to make these stitches, boom, all the way around first. Then glue this on, and then stitch this on. First, I got to stitch this and put the female or the male button on. Micarta socks, Hanes, what are you talking about, man? Some of the shit comes out of your mouth makes me scratch my head, I swear. Or out of your fingers, I should say. No, I'm not gonna get that sewing machine, Leanne, until the summer. I got too many things here at home going on first before I can even think about buying that. Like get my this downstairs shop here is gonna become my kitchen dining room. I gotta get that started before I can buy that sewing machine. So I got a lot of side jobs coming up, and I'm gonna be doing a lot of side work and spend a lot of time doing that to make the money to build my addition because I'm not gonna get a loan. Man, that's gonna look cool, ain't it? I'll oil this leather when I'm done. She'll look like that one. I want to get some of this green canvas denim. That's pretty cool with the tan. When I oil this, it'll match that. So I need to get all this shit off my table here. Hey, kitty, kitty. Hey, babies. You chilling, huh? Okay. Turn on my sewing machine here. See if I can unplug my phone for a while. Now, I gotta go to the bathroom. Damn. You ain't going out, kitty. Sorry. No, no. Oh, hush, kitty. All right, I gotta sew my backs. In my front, and then put my snap on. Now, I'm just gonna do white thread. If I don't like it, I go over it with some black dye. All right, first thing I gotta do is this front. Don't give me any lag problems on this shit. Come on. Something wrong with my torque. Okay, the front of that's sewn. Oh man, is that off a little? Man. I'm off just a little bit, ain't I? God, I hate that. We'll put another stitch on it, make it look cool. It's prototype, you know what I mean? I'll get everything down when I'm not in a hurry and I spend more time. That one looks better. That's fine. Okay. Now, this here, I'm going to find out which ones I want going where. See how that veers out too? It's not really, it's not the same width as that piece, so I'm going to have to work on my technique more here. I'm going to get some seam tape so I can get these things perfect. That's what I need instead of using that glue. And I get it perfect on there. Alright, I gotta find out what I want where. And I think this is gonna be it right here. So that's where that's gotta go. So I'm gonna put a reinforcement in here. A little crooked, but you won't see it when it's closed, when the front's on. All right. Okay, that's my reinforcement stitch. Like I said, I could just color this thread if I don't want to look at it. All right, now I got to put my snap on here before I can go ahead and sew these two together. So, boom, just like that. All right. I guess I can put this on here. Figure out where I need that snap once that female's on there, so I better stay towards the top here. I'd stay right about there. Let me get something to mark this. You ain't smoking that wacky tobacco. No, I'm not. I don't do drugs anymore. I've been drug free for 22 years. 23 almost. Alright, what is this? Six and a half, so 3 1/4. Right there. We're gonna punch my snap in. Alright, put my snap in. Where's my snap? Okay, that's ready for being sewed on. Make this glue stick a little bit better. Like I said, it's a prototype, so I'll get everything down. I'll do a couple more of these with some really nice material. By then, I should have it down. But like I said, I get that seam tape, then I can make these things dead on to fit the leather perfect. Okay. First one's always a learning lesson when you don't have no plans. You know what I mean? But I'll have plans after this one. Come on, man. Come on. Ah, come on, man. Really? It doesn't want to come out. Then when it does come out, it comes out like a banshee. This machine better not lag through this shit. That's all I gotta say. I gotta check my torque settings on this thing, man. It's been slacking lately. Man. Good news is you're all gonna get to see a completed sheath here. In no time. I just curved that, bring that in a little bit. Alright, let's see if I can't lag here. I'm sure it's gonna want to. Nice. Let's see what I'm doing here. Ah. Oh man, I ran out of fucking bobbin thread. Come on, man. Knew that was gonna happen. Almost there. Going pretty good though. Both sides. Snap get put on there. Almost done, folks. Gonna get another bottle. Man. Alright, I'll be done here and ready to talk in a minute, guys. I didn't set up my laptop. This ain't taking long. Come on, get out of here. Okay, start off where I finished. Couple holes back. Done. You guys seen it first, right here with the G-Man. Like I said, prototype. Next ones I do is going to get better and better. I just more or less want to replicate what I seen. Now, to make this right, I'm just going to do this. Get a little bit of a weight here. And there it is. Let me put that snap part on. And there she is. Boom. And like I said, I could just color this thread if I don't want to see it. There it is. Let me get a knife. Let me put my camera back. There's my picture. And here she is. Now, I figured for a trapper, right? Where did I put my trapper? Where did I put my trapper? Barbara. Where's my trapper, Barbara? Where in the hell did I put my trapper? Oh, it's in my pocket. Hello. My wallet. There's my trapper. Let's see what kind of knives we can fit in here. Look at that. Boom. And like I said, I could take a black marker and go over all these threads if I want. I don't want to see them. I'll use black thread when I do it again with this material. I want to get this green canvas. That's going to look sharp. See, I can just leave that white in there. I'm going to put some oil on it. See how it looks with some oil on it. Now you won't see my fuck up on my stitch in there. Nice to see the different colors. Yeah, I think it looks cool. Nice to see it in different colors. I'm gonna have this. I'm getting this fucking. I'll get the green canvas. I'll get red canvas. Blue canvas. The canvas is nicer. It's a little thicker than the blue jean. But yeah, we'll see what kind of. There it is. Looks nice. Looks real nice. That's gonna be nice in the pocket too. It's not as thick as these leather sheaths here, you know what I mean? Not much, but it's gonna feel comfortable in the pocket. Oh shit. Might as well do it all. See, if I get these perfect, you'll see that leather going right along the edge there. In fact, I could probably make that leather longer and then just cut it flush with the material all the way around. But it looks nice the way it is, I think. Like I said, guys, I see something, I gotta make it, or I won't get around to it. I'll put it off. I'm like, ah, man. I look at this book down the road. I'm like, man, I was gonna make that. Why didn't I? But now I got one made in a pattern for them. I can make more. But yeah, see, I think I'll put an eyelet in here in the inside of this lid, coming out the back. Put a lanyard right here, right? That'd be cool. See what other kind of knife. This is probably too long to go in there. Yeah. Okay, we got a trapper in there. Yeah. Let's try all these different knives. I'm not saying any of them will fit, but first off, side buster, senior. I think the senior's too long, maybe not. Yeah, see, this, it won't snap. So the side buster will fit in there. It shakes a little bit, but not bad. You know, I made it for the trapper, so the trapper fits in there perfectly. With no shake. So anything that length, really. Let's try the Kershaw leak. Probably have to go on an angle with that pocket. I can put it in there with the pocket clip inside. Yeah, there we go. Kershaw leak fits in there. I got the medium Bantam with my Carpenter's logo on it. Carpenter's local 174, 125th anniversary. Gift to me from my haul. That fits in there nicely. Yep. See, this don't have a pocket clip, unlike the bigger one. Be nice to carry that around. We got this Bear & Son custom job I did where I jigged one side and stained it, not the other. That'll probably fit in there with the pocket clip. Maybe, maybe not. It don't matter. It'll fit in there. How about this one? Oh yeah. It's a BB. The one that I custom modded the front. It was too steep, and I made it more of a Warren clip. That fits in there nicely. So your smaller modern pocket knives will even fit in here, guys. Here's your Civivi drifter. Appalachian drifter. That fits in there perfectly. Yeah. So I made it for a trapper, and a trapper it is. I can make them narrower, but I think this is pretty good size. Like I said, you can put a little bit wider knife in there if you want. So it fit all them knives except for that Sodbuster Senior. Oh, can't leave that one out. Original aluminum. That fits in there nicely. Got my skull heads dangling out of there. Yeah, nice. So what do you think, guys? Yay or nay? Should I put a grommet hole here and put a lanyard on this or no? I think it's too much effort, too much time for what I'm going to charge for them. These probably be about 50 bucks, not 70. $47.95. I think that's a good price, don't you guys think? I mean, a little time to put them together, you know what I mean? The trick is, if I want to keep them at $45, I'd have to cut out the parts for a dozen of them and make a dozen in one night. That way I can turn a profit. You know, when you do things in steps, you know, you cut out all the material, cut out all the leather, you know, punch your holes. $45.95. What do you think? What's a good price for this? I need to get my Kodiak Edge. Sailrite will make them for me. I contact Sailrite and they'll put Kodiak Edge on these cloth. These cloth. You see that? That's a name brand tag. Moki. So if I contact them, they'll maybe a bunch of them tags up. I can sew it right into the side here. Kodiak Edge. So no lanyard. I think it's just cool, just like that. Japanese sheath. Who'd figure, right? The Japs would figure something out like this. Pretty damn cool. I'm glad I was able to make it to show you the process. Oh, I wanted to oil the leather. That'll give it more of that color. If not, I can saddle tan it. Yeah, see? The good thing about it, this whole inside is this soft leather. So your knife's well protected. I could probably put something over the back side of the steel button. In fact, I think I'll do that. I just get some stick-on felt or something like that. Looks like the picture now, don't it? Yeah. Oh yeah. See, they got it folded over backwards like this. Boom. See, they got a longer tab too than mine. That's why they got it folded over like that. But this is a long knife here. It's kind of like a hunter. You know what I mean? I can make these longer for hunters too. Folding hunters, you know. I like that look of the oiled leather. Really sets it off. Oh yeah. Sets it off, don't it? Leon? I can even oil these sides a little bit. Man, almost had to use a brush in between there. Needs foot oil. Yep, she does it. That does it. Yeah, it looks nicer when you can't see the threads too. This one here, they got a tan thread on the leather. That's what I needed to use, tan thread. And then on here they got the canvas, same color, green thread. Yeah. Turned out pretty nice, man. I'll put this in my pocket tonight and wake up in the morning and have it on me. Okay. Here's my patterns for that size. I could probably do a skinnier one and a little bit shorter one, you know, for something like a, you know, a smaller case knife or something. I'll come up with like probably two sizes. This one and then one a little smaller and skinnier. But really, that's not much bulk in comparison to this one. You know what I mean? Your regular slip. It's the same length, really. And then width-wise, you know, it's probably 3/8 of an inch wider. That's it. The only difference is it's got a flap on it. I like that material, man. I can't wait to get that green canvas. Yep, 7 Watson, huh? Okay. Turn some lights off back there. Wait to get this Puukko knife done, man. That's gonna be sweet. My own personal Puukko. I don't know why I haven't thought of this before. You know what I mean? I had to wait till I came across a picture from the Japanese. But man, that is cool as hell, especially if I get everything spot on. I mean, it's not really spot on now and it still looks nice. You know, I should have done it in black thread, but I didn't feel like changing my bobbin. I don't have black thread on a bobbin. I'd have to wind one up, and I didn't feel like doing that. Yeah, this is a Charlie Cook slip. I make these too. I've got some slips for sale on my eBay store. My rounded ones. I don't know if I got one back here or not. I think I do. Where'd it go? I seen it earlier. Well, here. These two are for sale on my eBay store right here. They're available right now. And them you could fit. You could even fit a trapper in them too. This is the French style slip. See that? But yeah, these two are available right now on my eBay store. Then I'll have some of these available soon too. This is probably too fat. I wonder if Versace will fit in here. Oh yeah. Side buster fits in there nice. You gotta squeeze it and shake it to get them out. But they don't come out until you squeeze that. And even so, it's hard to get it on. Sidey's a little bit thicker. Yeah, if you want to pick one of these up, they're available right now. It'd help my channel out, so I get more material. Emma, Mouse, Steve's here. Where'd Gio go? Is he still here? Barbie, you still here? Who's all present? Barbara fell asleep, huh? Yeah, she probably did. It's 5 o'clock now anyways. 6 more minutes, I'm gonna get off. Gonna make lunch. Yeah, I think I'll just get off now. 5-hour live, 5.5 hours I was live. That's pretty good. 5 hours ago, yep. Loving watching. So, I hope you enjoyed watching me build this. If you're looking right now, out of the 11 people watching right now, you can go back and watch me make this. It's a denim slip, sandwiched between leather, for any pocket knife that you want to carry in your pocket. I got a trapper in mine, and that's what'll probably stay in here. have to do a video of this tomorrow and do a video of this. Reveal my new slips. And then I'll probably do a video with all these. Well, this will be a separate video on its own. And then I'll do a slip video. Maybe I'll do a, everything I make. Everything available from Kodiak Edge. You want to check out my eBay store? The link's in my description. Want to pick up one of these two right now on my eBay store? They're there. And this is even there in my eBay store. Yeah, I'm a mouse. We'll see you on the next one, guys. Appreciate you watching. I'm gonna see if I can come up with some more of this leather and maybe make. I might go live tomorrow and make another one of these. Who knows? I'm gonna go upstairs and see if I can find some different. I might have some green canvas. I'm gonna see if I got some green canvas. If I do, I'm gonna make one. Maybe I'll do that live again tomorrow. Or tonight, I should say. So, all good. Okay, guys. I'm gonna cut it off right here. And good night, Day Gordon. Keep well and safe. You too. God bless you all. Peace out. And maybe we'll see us tonight. If I do one tonight, I'll probably do it earlier. I'll probably do it about 8, 9 o'clock. So unfortunately, you'll probably be sleeping, Leon. But you already seen me make one tonight. And I'll let the old timers that go to bed early watch me make one. And the next couple I make, I'll probably put them available on my eBay store for you all. So this coming Sunday is going to be my Sunday Fun Day giveaway again. This coming Sunday. I might make a couple of these and give them away. I'm thinking $48, $49 for these. What do you think? You think that's a good price? $49? Because it takes some time to make them, man. It's not like slapping leather together. Man, they just feel so nice, man. So, Barbara's here. All right, good night, everyone. See you all later. All right, thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Love you. Peace.